Ki tēnei hui. I want to acknowledge the memorial this morning and suggest that we stand for a few moments silence for those who can stand, for the victims of Loafers Lodge. I'll be thinking about my friend Liam Hockings, and just give us all a moment to reflect on the lives lost. Thank you, everyone. We will now resume the meeting of the Kōrau Tōtōpū Long-Term Plan Finance and Performance Committee meeting of 9th of May and continue to hear oral submissions. And just a reminder to people in the room and to councillors that we have guests here. You're our guests. You're respectful to us. We're respectful to you. And that's the way we like to run our hearings. I'd like to welcome our first submitter, Sonia Rafter from the Hataitai Community Recreation Trust. No, my Sonia, and you have 10 minutes. And if you'd like to leave any time for questions, that's part of the 10 minutes that you have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kia ora koutou. Thank you for the opportunity to present today on behalf of the Hataitai Community Recreation Trust. My name is Sonia Rafter. I'm chair of the trust, and I'm supported today by two fellow trustees, Craig Harbour, Roy Glass, two of our community coordinators, Francis Lafort and Cora Carlton, and the prestigious Dame Fiona Kidman, novelist, poet, scriptwriter, and short story writer. The Hataitai Community Recreation Trust was created over 10 years ago with the object of retaining and managing the gifted Hataitai Bowling Club for community purposes. Developed in 1910, the Hataitai Bowling Club went on to become the most successful bowling club in Wellington by accolades, finally closing its doors to members 103 years later and gifting its legacy to community. Our trust is seeking a financial contribution from the Wellington City Council of $2 million towards the much-needed significant renovation and earthquake strengthening of the former bowling club. This is just under a third of the total project cost of $6.5 million, which includes allowances for inflation, contingency, and full fit-out of a sustainable and fit-for-purpose building. With council support, we believe this is achievable. I wish to highlight that we will not be seeking ongoing operational support outside of the existing funding for our shared coordinators. We will continue to reinvest retained earnings, enabling us to grow our services to the community. This project strongly aligns to the Community Facility Plan, Te Awe Mapara, and the outcome of thriving, accessible community facilities where people connect, have fun, and belong. We ask Council to join us as a funder by providing a capital grant to upgrade our facility in response to community need. We appreciate the support of councillors and council staff over the years and would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge councillors Sarah Free, Terry O'Neill, Tim Brown, and Nuruddin Abdurrahman for their time and guidance. Our trust has undertaken an extensive consultation with the community and we have listened. We have heard that it is a much loved and well-used facility that the community wishes to see retained. In response to the consultation, we have designed a building that is accessible, earthquake strengthened, has improved visibility, provides multiple spaces and a commercial kitchen. We will retain the precious green space the bowling green offers, continuing the long-time tradition of recreational community space. We have commissioned an architect, agreed the design plan, developed a project plan, a fundraising strategy, and spoken to key stakeholders and mana whenua connections through consultation with the Tents Trust. We have engaged professional fundraising support, which was funded by the Wellington City Council, and we thank you for that. Our project working group includes local architects, a creative director, accountants, artists, a project manager, an economist, an engineer, and me, a banker. There is a clear need for this facility to be updated. We know through our due diligence that the social impact of the investment will be large and beneficial for areas well beyond our suburb itself. The investment into this project has been calculated to generate economic and social return from activities and events estimated at $7.8 million, delivering a significant benefit to the community and its well-being. Current users offering community connections include U3A, In the Wings drama classes, Nihongo Japanese Club, 3 yoga groups, a fitness class, and the facility is used to support our own community events, including regular village markets and celebrations of Neighbours' Day, Matariki, Halloween, and Christmas on the Green. Early indications suggest that once redeveloped, additional organisations will use our facility. Our aim is to grow utilisation with a focus on supporting the creative arts space in line with Council Ahotini 2030 strategy. We also plan to support local resilience and emergency preparedness. I am delighted and proud that we also have a strong supporter and community friend, Dame Fiona Kidman, with us here today. As such, I wish to pause here and let our prestigious guests say a few words.
Thank you for having me here this morning. Yes, well, Hataitai been my home for 54 years. We're a closely knit and collaborative community, but we're also a diverse one and very welcome to change. We represent many cultures, and for as long as I can remember, the Hataitai Bowling Club building has been at the heart of our community. This loved old building has served us and its time well, hosting markets, meetings, social occasions, children's events, seniors gatherings, of which I've been at a few, I can tell you, and gatherings of all kind. Now it's time to repair it. But if we're to repair it, it makes sense to also develop it and to serve the needs of all our community in even more diverse and imaginative ways. We're a suburb that's close to the city, and thanks to a transport network that passes regularly through our village, it's easily accessible to many. Buses come and go almost by the minute. Well, most minutes, more or less. What's clear to me as a resident, as someone who uses the facilities of the building and as a ratepayer, is that our centre could be used by people from all the eastern suburbs without necessarily using cars. Residents of Kilburnie, Seatoun and Miramar, for instance, can all access the premises and its programs with relative ease. I do support this program and the proposal to enlarge and redevelop our building, and with the Hataitai community, I seek your sympathetic endorsement. Thank you very much.
To conclude, we are seeking funding and support from the Council to ensure this facility is retained and enhanced for our community. The success of this project relies on the support of Council to demonstrate willingness and support to other funders. We have the space, the need, the plan, and the team to deliver. This community taonga has been an intergenerational gift to us, supporting Connection since 1910, and it is our responsibility to ensure it remains. Significant volunteer hours have driven this goal for over 10 years. Our vision is simply about leveraging an opportunity with a generous central space, enabling it to continue as the cornerstone of a resilient and connected community. Our goal is aligned to Council ambitions. Please empower us to deliver this project and meet our evolving community needs. Ngā mihi. Questions?
Councillor O'Neill.
Ngā mihi, Sonia. I just wanted to ask, how important is it that council chips in terms of the financial planning of this project? I know you've done a lot of work with different actors around getting funding.
We believe that with council support, sometimes when we approach funders, they want to know where council is on this. It's a community facility, and that's why if we have council endorsement, ideally through financial support, that says when someone else puts in some money, council are prepared to match and meet and support the facility.
Councillor Chung.
Thank you very much for coming this morning. This is $2 million. Can you tell me, do you have a full figure for the refurbishment of it? So how much of this $2 million is going to be?
At the last figure, which I think was about 12 months ago, was about $4.6 million. And then it still was 2 years away, so there's inflation and contingency costs and consultation and project management fees in there.
Great, that's excellent. Thank you very much.
Councillor Free, quick one from you, thank you.
How important is it in terms of the actual green space that this offers in a very hilly suburb?
What we call that the jewel of Haitarai. That's our green. That space is important. It was discussed that we sold the green to retain the building, but through the Bowler legacy and the Trust legacy, we believe that the green space is the crucial part.
Very quick one, Councillor Calvert.
I'm just wondering if you're aware of the situation around the Kōrau Event Centre. That was one that was going to be funded through contributions from the local community, and they failed to achieve.
Yes, and that's a little bit where our figure is sitting up there. We want to make sure we can deliver on that. And we do believe that's why we've got a professional fundraiser in place. But we're happy to work with any support would be to match donations and a pledge once it's there. And as a trust, we won't start building until we know we can complete the project and we've got all finances in place.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sonia and the team, and especially esteemed guests, and for all the work that has gone behind, the submission, but all of the work behind this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Is Stuart here? Stuart Mudd? No, seems to not be. Thomas Kay, welcome, Thomas. You have 5 minutes, including any time for questions if you'd like.
Kia ora everyone, ko Tom Tokuingoa. I live in Aro Valley and have nothing particularly planned formally, but I just wanted to speak to a few key points in my submission. Firstly, I don't envy you. You have a very difficult challenge with the city, particularly with government pulling funding for things like Three Waters, which I think would have helped enormously. So I appreciate that difficulty there. But in terms of priority issues for me, I've really loved the work that the City Council is doing on cycleways. I have had enormous change in my life because of the cycleways around Wellington. I used to drive from Kandala to work most days. I now live in Aro Valley. I walked and used the buses a lot. My brother started using his bike almost every day. I couldn't understand how he could bike around the city. Cycle lanes started popping up everywhere, and now I bike religiously almost every day, regardless of the weather. I take great pride in biking to Kilburnie to do my shopping, and almost enjoy the sympathy that I get when people say, oh my God, you got wet on your ride to, and I'm like, yeah, of course, embracing Wellington for what it is. So I love the cycleways. I want you to do as much as you possibly can. I would prefer you to keep going with the original plan. But if there are ways that you can adjust that to still do similar things with this kind of pop-up model that you've been using, that's been so great. The Aro Valley cycleway, for instance, has been amazing for me to get home safely at the end of the day. On that note, with safety around that area, pedestrian safety is a really big thing I think that the city should keep moving on as well. Public transport I know falls to the regional council, but you guys partnering up with them is great. One particular bugbear for me, and I know you're looking big picture with your plan, but pedestrian safety around the corner of Uddle Street and Willis Street. There's an intersection there with the motorway. It's 2 lanes. I've seen so many people, including myself, several times, walk out in front of one car that has stopped and have several cars keep going in the other lane as people just push for that to get to that intersection, even if it's a red light, which, I just feel like at some point there's going to be an accident. A few things on Wellington Water. Push hard, do as much as you can on water infrastructure. I'd like you to spend more if possible. We waste an enormous amount of water in the city. As I say, I appreciate that you have less funding to do that now probably, but I would like to see water meters going in, both to help identify leaks and to reduce usage. I would prefer if we didn't have to build a big lake up next to the storage ponds anytime soon at an enormous cost, and to keep Greater Wellington from pumping too much water out of the Hutt River, which is such a jewel in the crown of Wellington in summer, but is increasingly dry in summer as we continue to pump from it. I've been frustrated somewhat with things like the town hall costs blowing up. I'm sure you have been as well. I don't know the details of that project, but it would have been nice maybe to think that with projects like that, or the library, if the council could have gone, actually, we're past a critical point here, instead of having that gambler's fallacy of going, we've invested so much, we must keep going, kind of go, actually, is this worth it? Maybe we should pull out. Things like the park on the waterfront have been a good example of that. We've gone, let's keep it simple. It's okay, it's not the end of the world. Particularly things like the town hall being in a place that is reclaimed land, high risk of earthquake. Is it really a great place to be developing at the centre of our city over the long term? Couple of final things. Climate change, good one. Obviously, I don't know, it's an important thing for Wellington, but I think we need to think about bigger picture stuff like the airport being a huge source of our emissions. I know there's considerations there as to whether we should continue to own shares or not. I don't know what the answer is there. I'm trusting you as decision makers to do something clever there. But I think we need to be planning for sea level rise and coastal inundation being a massive problem, and we need to see more of that in our long-term planning, because often it's left to our long-term, 30-year infrastructure plan, which I don't think is the only place it should be. And homelessness and housing insecurity, a huge problem, and I think that we're not going to see central government address that much, and we need to take responsibility for that as a community. I regularly go to Newtown and see the impacts of housing insecurity in the communities around there. I would love to see more effort from Wellington City Council go into addressing that, and I know you've done some things around community housing. Finally, on the topic of, I just heard someone talking about it, one of the bowling clubs, I don't know the details there, but it sounds like the council has some assets that are things like bowling clubs. There's one up above Aro Valley at Tanera Park. It's great to see the gates open there now for the community to be able to use that green space. Vogelmorn Bowling Club is a great example of, I think, a community-owned bowling club, but has become such a community asset, and I think where you've got those assets, we can use them without necessarily having to have huge investment in them. We need these community hubs around the city, things like the library that I really want you to keep at the moment, because it's your one front-facing thing in the city that people really walk past regularly. It's my local library. I don't really want to lose it, and I'm a bit ashamed that the giant library is going to cost us so much to fix, and maybe we should have just scrapped it. But anyway, that's my time. So
that's your time. I'd like to thank you, Tom, for taking the time to come in and see us this morning. Stuart Mudd, I would like to welcome you, Nau Mai. You have 5 minutes, including time for questions, if you'd like to leave any. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Hi, I'm Stuart Mudd, and I'm here really to talk about a very specific small part of your long-term plan. I'm a keen motorcyclist, member of the Wellington Riders Group, and I'd like to talk specifically about the proposed parking charges for motorcycles in the city. The Wellington Riders Group has canvassed their members, and of course they're going to say that they're opposed to it, of course. However, if you actually look at the comments that a lot of them have made, it's not so much that they've been asked to pay something. We know that financial times are hard and it's tough out there for you at the council. It's more that the proposed charge is $2.50 an hour, which if you squeeze 5 bikes into a car park space, pretty easy actually. If they're scooters, they'll be like 6 or 7. That's $12.50 an hour for that parking spot, which would be $5 if it were a car. And so the argument is really around price parity or fair pricing. But the question's already been asked of council from how did you come up with this? And the answer came back, maintenance. That's a really expensive white paint you're using specifically for beers. So it's if it were to come down to $1.50, then it sort of comes, more palatable. Also parked at the end of the terrace, and I walked up here and I passed 55 bikes, 41 of which were under 400cc. And so those bikes are making in excess of 30 kilometers per litre. In previous submissions in 2020, one of our group made an oral submission and a councillor said, why should we consider motorcycles as part of our plan if they emit more than cars? I don't need to really speak to that. I mean, yeah. The other thing to bear in mind, of course, is that they do reduce some of that parking pressure. And because they are legally allowed to lane split, with some caveats, they do help to reduce some congestion. And really, the feeling among the group is that if motorcycles maybe shouldn't be encouraged, but they shouldn't be dissuaded either. We know they're a higher risk form of transport. You know, we're very aware of that ourselves, and that's one aspect of what I'm talking about today. Bear in mind.
Do have a couple of questions. If
A
you,
couple of questions, great. I'll take questions.
Councillor Rogers.
Hi, Councillor Rogers.
Kia ora. Thank you very much for coming in. I think some of the talk was around changing some of the infrastructure available for bike parking. I mean, would you say that the infrastructure that's available now in terms of just having that open space is adequate?
Well, actually, you bring a really good point, because a few hotspots in the city where we're facing a lot of people literally rocking up and snapping the bike lock off and riding off on people's bikes. And bike theft is massive. Motorcycle theft, sorry, is massive, right? And so potentially you've got a point with, it'd be nice to have a rail so we could lock the bike to it. Right. Maybe and or a camera, but so that would be something of an added cost, true. Mm-hmm. There isn't a lot of cry out for that because a lock is easily bypassed. It's really only a deterrent. Like if you really want to nick a bike, you can nick a bike pretty quick. And so it'd be a nice to have, but it's not a necessity. And really those other things like GPS trackers and things like that are actually becoming more important. And so you wouldn't actually need to add infrastructure for that. And so within the group, it's sort of a mixed. Yeah. Personally, this is my oral submission. I'd say, nah.
Cool. Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah. There is, I would like to speak to one of the, 120 minutes is too short for people that commute to work, because it's going to stop them commuting to work. Cool, sorry.
Thank you very much, Stuart. We appreciate you taking the time to talk with us. And now I'd like to welcome Andrew Bowman. Andrew, you have 5 minutes, including time for questions. Thank you.
Tēnā koutou katoa. I'm Andrew Bowman. Thank you for being here to hear me, for providing this opportunity. I'm a resident of Mount Victoria. I'm one of 3 owners of a professional services business that's based in the CBD. My professional background is in economics. I've spent my entire career working around the policy sector and trying to apply economic principles to difficult problems and then finding rational ways of solving those problems. That background's important because I want to talk about quite a specific aspect of your proposals, particularly waste management. Pretty boring topic in some senses, but I think it's really, really important. So I strongly support the council's proposals to reduce the stream of organic waste going into the landfill. Absolutely. I really strongly support the council working closely with other councils in the region to achieve this at a much lower cost, a much greater volume. I have to say, for too long, local authorities have been completely unable to cooperate with each other. You know, and we've seen central government having to impose regulation through the Waste Minimisation Act to make recycling work. This shouldn't happen. We should be able to participate together. So I really want to see that happening. My professional experience and my training leads me to understand that people need incentives to behave in the way that we think will maximise social benefit versus social cost. And I think that one of the best incentives we have is a price mechanism. It encourages people to think about their behaviour, particularly when that price is applied at the time they're making their choices. There's administrative burden in how we do that, so we've got to be sensible about it. But our mayor has strongly advocated for water meters. I think that's a really smart way of making people think about the water that they consume. Water is free, of course it is, but the infrastructure to collect it, to treat it, to manage it, to dispose of it costs a lot of money. People need the right incentives to make the right choices when they're thinking about how they consume that. And I don't see that waste management is any different. So the council's proposal to have a mandatory targeted rate, which is likely to be a flat fee for all households that can receive services, I really think that's the wrong way to go about funding a change in our waste management system. So absolutely, if we can't afford to introduce the organic waste collection with our current funding levels, the current funding levels need to change. I accept that. But doing it through a targeted rate that just applied on an annual basis removes all of the incentives on the day-to-day behaviour for people to mitigate that behaviour. So, the introduction of organic bins is going to increase the amount of organic collection, but the introduction of then very large bins for inorganic waste removes that you face no cost to use on a day-to-day basis, just removes the incentive to recycle, to actually then think about your behaviour. So what I see is that people have lost that incentive through having to buy that bag by then having this very large bin that they can just chuck everything in and off it goes. It also clearly removes the incentives on renters versus homeowners because you've lost that direct cost. And yes, landlords can try to pass that along, but it's hard. The mechanism disappears when you've got rents that are changed on an annual basis, if they're changed annually, to actually create that incentive to think about how you can best meet your obligations to our planet. The social cost versus the social benefit is not equating here. So I really think that a targeted rate is the wrong way to go about doing it. I absolutely accept that some households may struggle with the cost, because we'll probably have to, in my world, we keep council bags or we keep that weekly, however often you produce them, incentive to reduce your waste. Some households will struggle with that, but there are myriad ways of keeping that incentive in place, but making it easy for everybody to meet their needs. I'll stop there.
One quick one from Councillor Chung.
Great, thanks very much. I appreciate you coming in. You seem to me to be a strong believer in user pays, and as I am. Now,
very quick question, Councillor Chung.
So would you advocate having fewer bins and charging for each bag? So if we actually make it better to charge for the bag, so people would actually have less rubbish because, of course, they have to pay for each bag. Do you think that would be a good idea?
Absolutely. And to the extent that people have private bin collections, a lot of people have their own private bin collections. It seems to me that the companies that are then commercially using our landfill are probably not facing a sufficiently high charge to ensure that they have incentives on their customers to divert their organic waste and inorganic waste into different bins.
Sorry, we've run out of time. Thank you so much, Andrew. I really appreciate you taking the time.
Absolutely.
Can I just emphasise, councillors, if you take longer with your questions, it means your colleagues cannot ask theirs. So please keep them brief. I'd now like to welcome Graham and Warwick from the Wellington Residents Coalition. No Mai, you have 10 minutes, including time for questions. Thank you.
Greetings. This submission is given on behalf of the Wellington Residents Coalition, which was formed over 20 years ago to oppose the application of market ideology as the guiding means of meeting the needs of Wellington. Wellington is New Zealand's creative capital as well as political. The electorate here votes to the left of other constituencies in other parts of the country. Local authorities have unfortunately failed to capture that creativity and that desire for an alternative to the current neoliberal orthodoxy. Policies to deal with the issues facing the city are more often than not decided on the basis of political slogans rather than being inventive on a basis of analysing the actual situation that confronts us. The absurdity of what we are currently doing is publicised for all to see. 2 trucks and 4 workers, in addition to a repair crew, to manage traffic in a cul-de-sac while a repair is being effected on a leak between the pavement and the property boundary. 3 visits to a leak at a Toby to decide whether it was Wellington Waters to fix or the landowners. In that case, it was Wellington Waters. 1.2 million for 1 new bus shelter. Wellington City Council gave up the ability to do that work when it sold its bus company to Stagecoach. That bus company produced the highest profit for years anywhere in Stagecoach's global empire, but it was too risky for the city to operate. Leaks now cost an average of $5,000 to fix. The labour for the average repair is about 8 hours, less than $500. Where does the other $4,500 go? Water meters, if introduced, will be another example of extreme waste. Why spend $160 million on water meters rather than other means of water conservation? How much daily water use are they likely to save? These and other important questions go unanswered. We're told it's industry best practice. We're told that the pipes are old and we can't keep up with the demand for water without water meters. Have the advocates of water meters examined these propositions? Wellington Water displays every leak on a map. Have they correlated those leaks with the age of the pipe and the average water pressure at the site to determine if the cause of the leak problem is old pipe in each case, and what proportion of leaks are due to old pipes? It may be that the facts will show there are other problems that would achieve the objective of conserving water cheaply if fixed. Let me give an example. The pipes in Vogeltown were laid in 1968, so are less than the normal minimum replacement age. In the last 4 years, within 200 metres of 34 Liardet Street, there have been 20 leaks that I have seen. The majority of those leaks have been private, 6 were public. The water pressure during that time averaged 10.2 bar. The maximum water pressure is meant to be under 8.8 bar. The service pipe for numbers 34 to 44 was laid 24 years ago. It is classed as private pipe by Wellington Water. It has leaked 10 times in those 24 years, with at least 4 leaks being at the Toby. Wellington Water's response to this situation is, if the reservoir is at the top of the hill and you live at the bottom, you get leaks. From March this year, a water pressure reducing valve was operated in Connaught Terrace, which may fix the leaks caused by water pressure in Vogeltown. No new leaks since then. How many other leaks in Wellington mirror the situation in Vogeltown? The most photographed leaks are in Arrow Street. Some of the pipes there were laid as late as the 1990s. The reservoir is at the top of the hill, Arrow Street is at the bottom of the hill. The facts are that domestic water use per person, excluding leaks and commercial use, has been declining steadily over the last 3 decades. Up until Fulton Hogan began not fixing leaks, that decline more than met the needs of population growth. This says to conserve water, consciously promote and support the means of conservation that currently work. Improved water appliance technology. Lending 8 households the money interest-free to install water-efficient washing machines to replace inefficient top loaders saves enough water for 1 new household. The cost of that is small compared with a water meter installation that saves nothing from domestic use without volumetric charging and whose water savings are unquantified. Many of our problems as a city are created by central government. Prime amongst those is the cost of housing. Market rentals and state house sales since the 1980s has created a situation where landlordism is a profitable investment that drives up house prices by adding to the demand, which in turn drives up rent. As a city, we cannot turn that situation around without central government, but let us recognise the facts and deal with the reality in the best way we can to deal with the housing unaffordability problem. Renting residential property to tenants is a commercial enterprise that should be charged commercial rates. Many commercial ratepayers have residential tenants in their buildings. Why should other landlords renting residential property not pay the same rates as commercial? The change to rates would be large, but it could easily be phased in for residential landlords over the 10-year term of the plan. The council could have developed an affordable fair rental policy and offer a rate rebate to any residential landlord that charges a reasonable and fair rent. This change would boost income for Wellington City Council and reduce housing unaffordability. All we have now is rock bottom costs to landlords, which simply maximises their profits and confirms that residential property is the place to invest further. The proposal to sell airport shares is more neoliberal sloganeering. Fran Wild said we could not afford the risk of owning Wellington Electricity, and it was sold. At every change of ownership of Wellington Electricity, the asset was revalued and the prices to Wellingtonians subsequently increased to get a healthy return on that new valuation. It's all easy to do when you're running a monopoly. The airport is another monopoly. What will the consequences be for Wellington of selling the whole business to private enterprise dedicated to maximising profit? Public service monopolies should not be privatised. Have we not seen enough of the consequences of doing this? Retaining ownership in the airport gives us a lever to promote green transport options. Privatising the airport gives business a lever to promote profits, which is the best for Wellington. And I urge you all to take some courage and to oppose the shoddy and lack of investigative journalism that promotes things like water meters and convinces the public that they are indeed a good idea without any basis in fact, and to oppose the know-nothing ministers that come and threaten about we have to have these water meters. That's my bit.
Okay, we have some questions. Are you ready for questions now? Councillor Free.
Yes, it's interesting that you're so opposed to them because Kapiti, of course, has had water meters for a while and I don't believe that they would ever go back. So how do you answer that? And they were going to have to provide dams, they had water shortages until they got their water meters.
Right. All that the water meters did in Kapiti, if you actually look at their data, is that they found leaks on private land and some public leaks. And because if you had a private leak, you paid an extra $20 a day for your water, you were forced to fix them. Kapiti is on soil that will hide leaks. Wellington, we're on clay. So the situation here is different. In Kapiti, the water use, once the leaks were fixed, has remained static over the whole period. In Wellington, since 1990, water use has actually declined. When we were fixing leaks, from 2008 to 2014, water use in Wellington in the region went to 135 million litres a day, compared with 160 million litres a day in 1990. There are many other ways of fixing leaks than putting in water meters. Water meters actually will charge those who can't afford the water to pay for the water. It will charge them more. It's inequitable, unfair.
Councillor Calvert.
Yeah, just wondering, have you sort of shared your views or got feedback from the other residents' associations around Wellington?
No.
Well, okay, thank you.
We're not a residents' association, we're more of a coalition of groups. So we look at big picture issues.
Yeah, no, but just wondered whether across all the residents' groups. Okay, thank you.
Councillor McNulty.
I was just wondering if you're aware that Greater Wellington have said if we don't implement water meters, they'll be charging us more for our water take.
We are indeed. We should not. The council should not be bullied by the minister nor the Greater Wellington Regional Council.
I've spoken to some of the regional councillors and I've listened to them, and really they have nothing to give. What are they going to do with regard to investigating the problems of Wellington? We're going to send a magenta-crested neoliberal to London to learn about water in England, where they have water meters, where they have privatised the water. 83% of the English want to go back to nationally owned water. 2.5 billion extra pounds is charged over what the state would charge if it ran the water. We don't want to go there. We want to actually look at the actual facts in the city and to base this analysis on those, not on political slogans, not on rhetoric, oh, it's best industry practice. You know, facts are where we should start and we should analyse from there.
Sorry, we're out of time. Thank you, Graham. Thank you, Warwick. We appreciate you taking the time to come and see us. Max, from the Wellington Skateboarding Association, no mai. You have 10 minutes, including time for questions, if you'd like.
Kia ora. Ko Max Olenek toku ingoa. Yes, I'm here to present a submission for the Wellington Skateboarding Association. I represent that association. I'm part of, it's a team of volunteers from around Wellington. We're essentially advocates for skateboarders here in Wellington, and a big part of what we do is work closely with the Wellington City Council to improve the conditions for skateboarding here. Thank you. So we'll go through the slides. Is that... Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, I'm not sure if any of you have had a chance to go through my written submission. I'm just going to, thank you, great. Appreciate it. I put a lot of work into it. So I'm just going to go through the main points of that and then have some time for questions, hopefully. So this submission, it's important that this submission is supported by several organisations as well as the WSA. Skateboarding NZ is the national organisation that represents skateboarding in Aotearoa. We also have the support of Skate Ed, which is a locally owned and operated skate school, and Manual Magazine, which is a long-standing publication, which somehow is still going in New Zealand. And also we've been working with the Tika Environmental Lab, which is part of Victoria University of Wellington. So they've all co-signed support this submission. And I'm flicking through, but it's not flicking. There it is. Okay. So yeah, I wanted to acknowledge that the current financial situation that the council faces. We understand that cuts are being made in a number of areas. We're not blind to that. We appreciate that. And one of those is the promised renewals to of funding to upgrade our central city skate parks. However, I just want to point out the significance and value of our skate parks, and also that acknowledge that the council has been really supportive, and we've had a recent program called We Skate Poneke, which is activating spaces around the city and sort of educating the community, as well as sort of acknowledging the power and value of skateboarding. Yeah, skateboarding for me, I've been skateboarding for 35 years. It's sort of formed my whole life. I'm a writer and communicator, and there's a lot of people like me, whether they're 12 years old or in their 40s or beyond. Skateboarding is sort of a central focus that draws often young people in and offers them an outlet that is not just physical but emotional and cultural. It's a community, and Wellington has a very strong community. I'm not from here originally. I'm from Australia. I come from Melbourne, and I kind of took it for granted, but when I got here, I was like, oh, right. I felt like I'd gone back in time. So that's a big part of why I'm doing this work. And in recent years, skateboarding has sort of developed in a big way, especially since COVID. There's a lot of younger participants, a lot more diversity. And there's a lot of studies and academic work being done around this activity, for want of a better word. It's particularly attractive to neurodivergent kids, people who don't quite fit into the structure of team sports, which we sort of base our lives around, it seems. And yeah, I think there's a great value to that, and it's been illustrated in several studies, including Skateboarding New Zealand recently published a skate participation survey, which is very recently published and goes into great detail, and I recommend you all check it out. So, our central skate park facilities of Waitangi Park and Ian Galloway Park, which is in the west, are long overdue for upgrades. Waitangi has been there for nearly 20 years. It was built in a time that time's moved on, essentially. The design is not quite fit for purpose. The concrete is severely weathered. The design's a bit off. Things have progressed, and it's time to upgrade it because this is our central park. This is a place for skateboarders to gather and be, not just skateboarders, families, people bring their kids there. It's a place to meet. It's a place for young people to be without actually having to pay to get in. There's not many places like that in the city. Ian Galloway Park in Kōrau is quite unique. It offers a vert ramp, which I'm not sure if you're up with the terminology, but it's short for vertical. It's a big ramp that so people can skate in a very particular way. Tony Hawk may be a familiar name to some of you. It's quite unique, and it draws people from around Wellington and around the country. Again, it's pretty run down. It's made of wood. It rains a lot, and it could do with an upgrade. Yes. So, Sport New Zealand guidelines, which were also recently published, suggest that for skate park projects to be successful, they need to be planned for, scoped and budgeted to ensure the best outcome. So this is in a little bit of contrast to what the council was offering previously, which was here's $1.5 million, upgrade both facilities, surely that's enough. Who knows? We don't know. We can bring in experts to do feasibility studies. They can figure out what is best suited to that site, and they can offer a three-phased approach, which comes in, does community engagement, and what you end up with is a full feasibility study and offering draft concepts and a way to fit it in with the rest of the city network of skate parks. I'm conscious I'm running out of time. So we propose partnering with council to put together a feasibility study to help make a more informed decision about the future of our skate facilities. There's more detail in the submission. Essentially, this would cost tops $80,000. And what you would come out with would be a comprehensive plan to go forward, which we would present for the 2025 budget.
Okay. I've got some questions. Have you got a few more points you would like to make, Max? Or
let's just get into questions.
Okay. Councillor O'Neill. Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. So you're suggesting that before we make a decision on the current skate parks, even a proposed new one, that we should do this feasibility study first?
There's a proposed new one in Kilburnie. Is that the one you're referring to?
Yeah.
That has had a full feasibility study. That was that's sort of the model that I'm pointing towards.
Right.
So they've done a full feasibility study that involves the whole area and the community and the wider community.
But given that there's funding a new one, but we've got two existing ones which you've referred to, and their upgrades aren't going ahead. So what do you think about not upgrading existing ones and going ahead and building a new one? Because that's really what's being proposed.
I fully support building Kilburnie Skate Park. That is a whole separate situation. Waitangi Skate Park is in the centre of the city. It's been there for about 20 years, and it's severely weathered and out of date. So that requires an upgrade, which the council previously promised to provide funds for. So that's what I'm proposing, is to do full feasibility studies for this central site so we get it right.
Okay, so but you still want the skate park, because I mean, if we've got limited money, is there a priority? I mean, if we've got limited money, do you, or you haven't thought about that at this stage?
Oh, we do a lot of thinking. Yes.
But I mean, we said to you, which one? If what was your top priority, Kilburney or the other two?
Our priority is a network of skate parks that are fit for purpose around the city of Wellington.
Okay, all right, thank you. Councillor Free, did you have a question?
That was essentially my question, so thank you for answering.
Wonderful. Thank you, Max. We really appreciate all the work that's gone into the submission. Thank you
very much. Kia ora.
Just a reminder, councillors, can you ask your questions through me? Because if other people are on the list that I have, multiple ones, I will go to the next person. Cerelia? Kia ora. Sorry if I've mispronounced your name, but no mai. And you have 5 minutes.
Kia ora, you managed that well. First shot's pretty good going. Ko Cerelia de Preza hau, he uri o Ngāti Porou, me kōtirana me Ingarani. E noho ana hau ki Wairarapa. I'm a commuter to Wairarapa most days on a motorcycle, so I want to talk to you today about your proposal about motorcycle parking. Now, you know, a lot of us have come and talked to you. We don't necessarily like the prices you're proposing, but what's more alarming to me is not the prices. It's the other implications about what happens when you need to charge for something. Because if we do a little bit of thinking, we know one of the first things we know about this is you're going to have to find a way of enforcing it. And that probably means you're going to need to draw some spaces. And I ride a sort of medium-sized motorcycle. I've seen some pretty big ones in town. I've seen some nice little puta ones, the scooters, that are nice and affordable for people to get around. They're easy to park. And they take up probably 2/3 the space mine does. But you're probably going to be accounting for the bigger ones. And so there's going to be probably a significant loss of the volume of parking available to us. Now, I mentioned I live in the Wairarapa. I commute 110 k's each way to work. When I lived in Wellington, I commuted 6 or 7 k's each way to work, also on a motorcycle. And it happened on several occasions that I couldn't find a park. Now, because there is a bylaw in Wellington that says I can't pay for the use of a car park if I'm driving a motorcycle, because even if I pay full price, you'll fine me, that leaves us in a conundrum. Because when I lived here, I'd go home and get a car. But 110 k's away, that's the loss of a whole work day. So there's no good options for us, because when the public transport is bus replaced all the time, it's always late from the Wairarapa. It's not flexible enough to respect the work hours that we need to work. And most of us commute to work a full day. So that's the other problem, is you haven't proposed a cap on these prices. We're left with a bunch of bad options. So we go and pick the least bad one, which is, as we surveyed among our group, some 90% of us may have to switch to driving cars. Even if we only take the 270-ish in our survey who said they'd do that, and don't expand to the other 90% who didn't necessarily respond, that's at least 270 more cars on your roads. When I ride a motorcycle to Wellington, it takes me 85 to 100 minutes reliably. When I drive a car, my minimum time now is 2 hours on a good day. Most days, that's now 2.5 to 3 hours. That's a change from 2021 when I first moved to the Wairarapa, and it would take me 2 hours in a car. So that was acceptable, that's doable, bad weather, whatever. 3 hours is uncomfortable, but I'll do it because it's still the least bad option. Then we get into the Wellington area. It's still half an hour home to Featherston, half an hour Featherston to Upper Hutt. There's a minimum hour on State Highway 2 getting in here now. That's an hour of emissions, an hour of extra cars for congestion, and when we get here, minimum 270 more cars that need a park. Now, you as council own and manage over 4,000 car parks. I can't find good numbers on how many motorcycle parks you have. So I'm going to take my best guesstimate. You've got 60 motorcycle parking spaces around the city. Some of them are really little, they fit 2 or 3. Other ones will fit 40. The one at the end of Brandon Street on the waterfront comes to mind. But if we take an average of 6, you've got 360 to 400 motorcycle parks available right now. You've acknowledged most of them are oversubscribed already. We can't take the risk of coming here and not getting a park, so the car. Motorcyclists like our transport, we enjoy it. Motorcycles are proven to have great mental health impacts. It helps us do our decompress. We prioritise spending on the bike. When we buy a car or when we own a car, they're older, they're cheaper, they're higher emissions. That's something that captured in the Hutt Valley, it's not in your council boundary, but Tāwhirematia doesn't care very much where the line on a map is. The Hutt affects you guys too. That air's going to get in here just as much as it is getting from here to there. So, we also thought about what you might do to make this possible for us. Number one, you could repeal the bylaw that bans us from paying for a car park, which would give us a backup plan. Two, you could install cameras on the parking areas so that we can see what's happening to our bikes and follow up if they get stolen or damaged. Happens a lot. I've had it happen twice in the last 2 years. You could cap the rates to be feasible for a daily rate. Right now, you're proposing more expensive than car parking. Or you could put some shelters up so we can gear up when it's rainy without getting soaked and becoming less safe because there's water in our gloves and that sort of thing. You're probably not going to end up getting 750 grand a year from us with this plan because most of the car parks we end up parking in are privately owned. But if you do something about improving the service for us, you might get some.
Apologies, we are out of time, but thank you so much, Cerulli. I really appreciate you taking the time to come speak with us.
Thank you.
No, my Detlef? I'm so sorry if I've mispronounced your name.
That's fine, thank you. Most people get this wrong and call me DK because that's easier. So, and sorry for, I put a presentation together yesterday evening, just pretty much for my own notes, but happy to go through those and provide you. I made a written submission as well, and I will not talk about any of those matters over there to single items because I want to look at the big picture that is across the whole city and what is lacking in your plan, in my point of view. The long-term plan focuses on individual aspects, but leaving most of the city uncovered. The project described in the plan are focus points that seem not to be integrated with other parts of the plan in the city, and most importantly, not with the people. Wellington is facing some major issues. We all know this. The long-term plan addresses some of them through the lens of fixing the problem instead of seeing them as an opportunity to develop the future of the city in a new way. I miss the holistic view of the long-term plan and the explanation of each project's interdependencies with other aspects of the area of the city's life, people, business, and more. So how do we want to live in 50 years in this city? Be bold and brave and provide a vision people can identify with, including business, communities, our universities, young and old, and complete this with a strategy to make the vision reality. Based on that strategy, build a master plan towards this vision. Current issues like the water infrastructure offer the opportunity to rethink living, transport, working, and business in this city. When we have to dig up nearly every street in the CBD, all infrastructure underground and above ground should be upgraded and made future-proof. This should be done in a coordinated and integrated way following a concept of how the city will look like in future. Stop managing the shortages. These are opportunities from them. 80,000 people, more people in the city, make 100,000, need not only to live in flats and houses, but they also need infrastructure like medical centers, school, kindergartens, grocery shoppings, and community spacing and transport. Built into, next one. So you are the group defining our hometown's future. So push yourself, test the boundaries, and move them to a new limit. Don't think about the what, think about the why. Why do we need to do this? because we want to live in the city in 50 years. Our children want to live here. Paint a vision of how Wellington could be a leader in developing new ideas for living at the sea with the risk of rising sea levels, climate neutral or even more than neutral as a response to the ecological and climate emergency declared by this city council a couple of years ago, living with the nature, defining the future of our urban humanity, providing our children and future generations a place they look forward to live in. Don't limit your imagination with issues of the past or present. There will be ideas coming on how to overcome them. Don't make decisions cutting the chance to prosper for our communities or business. Listen, engage, and develop a vision providing a brighter and thrilling future for our cool little capital. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question. Could you give me an example of an issue, that we've identified in this plan that has that sort of shorter-term view, and what you could suggest a longer-term view would be?
Okay, very simple thing I came across yesterday driving down Thornton Quay. There was a new water feature in the middle of the road. Yeah, very commonly. Yeah, but what are we doing on the street? There are building sites everywhere. Yeah, to redevelop the street without looking underground what is in there and what needs to be done. Why not fixing the cables, fixing the pipes and all that stuff first in a coordinated way, and then do a nice resurfacing and planning on top of it? When we think this in a more citywide environment, do we need streets as we have them now in future, or should they look different? Do we need to rethink of how we do transport in the city entirely? Means, do we need as many streets for cars, or how do we share the space with others? Completely rethink what this could look like in 50 years and go from there and take this as your end goal, and then fixing all the other issues that come along with that, and that you also want to have 100,000 people more in the city, for example, and provide those infrastructure. Yeah, it's a really complex thing. It's not easy.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We appreciate you taking the time to come and speak with us today. Thank you. Councillors, we now have a break, and we will come back at 10 to 11. So yes, thank you. Julian Crane? No, my Julian. You have 5 minutes, including time for questions.
Thank you.
Councillors, could you please be quiet? And I also don't appreciate the side conversations when people are talking, so could we keep those to a minimum? Welcome, Julian. It's
Thank
your
you.
time.
I've lived in Wellington for 50 years. I'm retired. And clearly, this council, along with previous councils, is having quite a lot of problems in terms of the publicity surrounding it. I came here before for the regional plan consultation and found that extremely depressing. Nothing was changed. Nothing was even altered in relation to a lot of consultation that took place. The rates rises are really pretty unsustainable, particularly for people who are retired, like myself, who have no opportunity to increase their income. And this really needs to be thought about. We're paying the highest rates anywhere in New Zealand at the moment with the proposed changes. I believe, like many, that the water pipes and having water available has to be the #1 priority, absolutely, to the detriment of everything else. Until that's fixed, there's not much point in doing anything much else. And of course, it's expensive. It's not your fault. It's a problem over many, many years. But it's your job to try and fix it on our behalf. And I think you should give it absolute priority. You should sell those things that are not required. At the airport, the various roads. I would sell the conference centre. Ridiculous having a conference centre at this time. You didn't put that in place, I appreciate. But it's absolutely ridiculous having a conference centre in this city now. So it should be an absolute priority. I found the question on the pipes very, very odd. Being asked, how much do you want to spend on the pipes? That's a bit like asking somebody with a brain tumour, how much do you want to spend on having your tumour fixed? It's ridiculous. You need to spend the right amount of money to fix the pipes as soon as possible. That's what you need to do. It's an absolutely crazy question. And then coming to the Kandala pool, I'm not going to deal with everything. I can't in the 5 minutes. And that, by the way, that doesn't mean that I agree with what the council are planning to do. The Kandala pool is an example of a crazy situation that you've got yourself into. Of course, most people who don't use the Kandala pool are going to say close it and don't bother to spend $4.5 million tarting it up, put a fence around it, stop children falling into it and close it. But you buy into a huge argument. The people who swim in the Kandala pool regularly are going to want to keep it open. They're going to have a petition. They're going to hassle you for a huge amount of time about having that pool. You don't need to do that. Put a fence around it, stop children falling into it, and put a big sign up that says, we will reconsider this in 4 years' time when we have some money. Unfortunately, we cannot fix it at the moment because we need to provide water for people in this city. We're spending $1 million a kilometre on cycleways. Now, I'm a keen cyclist. I have 2 cycles. I cycle everywhere in this city, and I have done for many years. We've got a number of cycleways. We do not need a huge number of cycleways when we have no money. $1 million a kilometre, that's $1 a millimetre to put those in. You should be asking cyclists if they can come on weekends and help. It's not difficult. It's a bit of plastic dug into the road and a bit of paint. People would willingly come and help do that sort of thing for a fraction of the price. Considering things like organic waste, wheelie bins, millions of dollars spent at a time when you have absolutely no money and when you're when you're asking us to cough up a fortune are crazy. I'm also amazed at the lack of ideas this council seems to have. Why don't you ask the public, instead of putting out these things, why don't you ask the public for some ideas? There's 300,000 people here, some of whom will have crazy ideas, some of whom will have really good ideas about how you can save money and how you can stop wasting ratepayers' money. It's not as if any of you have a mandate. 20% is the number of people that vote for you. And that's not your fault, that's our fault. But you should be acting to get more people involved in what the council does. And then as you go around the city, why do the people in Evans Bay not pay for their camping? It's insane. We have to pay for parking everywhere. We're going to be paying a lot more. They don't pay a bean. They don't contribute to the city. They bring can of baked beans and cook it on site. Why aren't they paying money? It's absolutely ridiculous. You should empower community groups to do a lot more. I go and do work in the bush, but I'm told I can't use any equipment on any of my own equipment on council land. So you don't make any evidence-based decisions. Why don't you do some experiments? If you're going to change the parking regulations, do an experiment in an area and see, and then evaluate it and let us know. We should be amalgamating services between councils. And why don't you keep us updated about things like the $200 million we're spending on fixing the library? I go past that 2 times a week. I hear people banging. Nothing's changed in years. What is going on there?
Thank you, Julian.
Thank
I'm
you.
afraid we're out of time.
Yes,
I appreciate you taking the time to come and see
Thank
us
you.
today. I'd now like to welcome Michael Player, Te Awarua o Porirua Harbour and Catchments Community Trust. Oh, and guest. Kia ora kōrua.
Yeah, kia ora tātou. Thanks for this opportunity to talk to you. I do have with me Phil Teal, who's another trustee of our organisation. We're not here to make your work harder for in deciding your long-term plan. We do, however, want to impress upon you the importance of Wellington City Council's role to nurture and protect the natural environment on which all life depends. It sometimes comes as a surprise to Wellingtonians that a very considerable chunk of the city's storm and wastewater drains not towards Wellington Harbour or coast, but directly down from the northern suburbs right through to the Porirua Harbour. Whatever you do or don't do with your Three Waters infrastructure materially affects the quality of water in many of our streams and the receiving waters of the harbour itself. Presently, many of those waters are either a D or an E on the 5-point scale, with E. coli present at unacceptable levels for most of the time. So if there's one thing you take away from today, let it be that retain in your active memory that Wellington City is a city which has an environmental impact not on one, but on 2 harbours. Next month, the Wellington City Council will become a signatory to the Te Awarua o Porirua Harbour Accord. This accord between the Wellington City Council, the Porirua City Council, Greater Wellington Regional Council, Wellington Water and Ngāti Toa has been a long, long time coming. We look forward to your contribution towards bringing to life a cohesive and collaborative arrangement to advance protection and restoration of harbour health. We can see how you've wrestled with the subject of allocating sufficient budget to Wellington Water to help address the appalling infrastructure deficit that you're dealing with. We support the option that you've chosen pragmatically, not because it will guarantee total fixes across the network, but because it seems about as much as you can do without even imposing more rate rises on those you have planned for your ratepayers. We've asked you in our submission to treat your planned investment as a minimum, not a maximum, for the life of this long-term plan. We also note within recent weeks a hint of positivity with discussions getting underway among the region's 10 mayors under the facilitation of Dame Kerry Prendergast. And we wish Mayor Whānau and her 9 colleagues every success in moving to negotiate a deal with central government. The second point we made in our written submission was on waste minimisation. We're encouraged by the thinking behind the Council's proposals for improved waste management and minimisation. While we are neutral on the details of which of the options for improvements of curbside services are preferred, we're hopeful that whatever you finally decide will lead to a reduction in rubbish getting loose and finding its way into the waterways. Northern suburbs residents are also regular users of the Spicer Valley landfill. Wellington City has a 21.5% ownership stake in that landfill. Despite work underway to create 2 new landfill cells, these will only extend the life of the landfill for a few years. We understand that your southern landfill's in a similar situation. Regional solutions need to be found, and in this regard we welcome your work with Hutt City and Porirua City on regional solutions for waste handling, recycling and disposal. We join the likes of the Wellington Catchments Collective, of which we are a member, in thanking Council for your long-standing support of catchment planting and education groups. Riparian planting of stream sides is currently the most effective management tool any of us have for stopping sediment clogging and degrading our watercourses and receiving waters. We urge you, therefore, to maintain tangible and in-kind support to leverage and maximise the countless hours of voluntary work that is done in the city to help restore the natural environment. And we think of groups like Kite, the Kids Enhancing Tawa Ecosystems, that are doing great work in educated and enthusing younger generations to look after the environment. Phil, do you have anything you wish to add?
Yeah, thank you, Michael. I'd just like to reiterate the comments that Michael said. It's very reasoned, and it's just I'd take this opportunity just to emphasise a couple of points if it's available. The management of the Porirua Harbour, the Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment wrote a fairly lengthy tome back in 2020, which shows how complex it is. Signing the Harbour Accord is a really positive step forward to get the councils and Ngāti Toa working together as partners, but you need to recognise that Wellington City is a critical partner simply because if you look at good management practice for catchments, you're looking at the upper catchments as being critical to be addressed first, and roughly half the catchment for the Ōnapoto arm of the harbour is within the Wellington City boundaries. So it's really important that that focus remains. And it's also it's important that the governors signal the expectations of defining the outcomes for the operational arm of council to implement, and that's probably something which it's not necessarily requiring more resources, but it's focusing them correctly. So that's probably just a couple of points of emphasis, just the importance of the Wellington City Council and the whole catchment management.
Wellington City, regionally, nationally and internationally, has a reputation for its natural environment and protection of biodiversity in the urban area. So let's keep that vibe going together. Happy to take any questions.
Kia ora. Yes, we have a question from Councillor Randall.
Thank you. I've actually got two questions. First of all, have you also submitted to the Regional Council the same sort of emphasis that you want to bring about the governance?
We certainly have, indeed, absolutely. And the proof will be in the pudding in terms of that accord and the governance structure under it. And it seems to have been slow progress in any details. I suspect that the accord itself will be more of a sort of a memorandum of understanding type document. So this is just a start. It's not an end in itself.
Yes, and so I guess I want to put you on the spot because the long-term plan's a lot about money and where we're spending it. And did you want to really point out in terms of our expenditure, what is the big dollar figure that you think is going to contribute the most towards better catchment around the Porirua stream? Is it the stormwater to the north, or?
I think it's a combination of stormwater and wastewater, but particularly wastewater connections and leaks that are causing the E. coli levels.
Yeah.
But the sediment is the stormwater. Yeah, the stormwater, definitely. So those two. The potable water is just adding water.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Rogers.
Thank you very much for that. I was wondering in the way that we manage water and stormwater in particular, whether you thought it was important that we did put more focus at a catchment level and particularly around the connection between our built environment with our sort of grey infrastructure and the natural environment with the green infrastructure? Definitely.
We are supportive of restoration of wetlands and creation of new wetlands where possible. Natural solutions rather than lots of tanks. I mean, in Porirua, right now they're building a huge storage tank just to accommodate overflows. Well, it's dealing with a symptom. It's not actually stopping stuff at its source.
Councillor O'Neill.
Namahi, thank you. I was just wondering, you mentioned riparian planting around streams. Did you have other examples of natural solutions to emergency resilience or
Just as I've suggested, I think the wetlands, they go hand in hand, planting, but also forestry management, not so much perhaps in your catchment as it is in the Pororua side, but making sure that earthworks, there needs to be water-sensitive design in terms of any urban developments. And we have a real problem with the fact that lots of councils now have got rid of parking requirements. So cars are being parked on roadsides, etc., rather than developing car parks that have got permeable surfaces that can be water sensitive.
One very quick one, Councillor Randall.
So the harbour Accords a step forward, but we don't really have an updated catchment management plan for the Pororua stream yet, do we?
You're correct.
And that's obviously needs to be a priority.
That's quite dire. The natural resources plan of the Greater Wellington Council, which looks like it will come into place, but they've still got hearings on that, has set 2040 for a distinct improvement which will have enforceable standards around water quality, and that, I'm afraid, will cost dollars to achieve.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate you taking the time to speak with us today. I'd now like to welcome Robin Moretti and Andre no mai on behalf of Wellington Rugby League. So this is the variety we get here. So you have 10 minutes, including time for questions.
Kia ora tātou ngā kaikaunihira, ko waia hau, ko Robin Moretti tōku ingoa. I'm the chair of Wellington Rugby League, and I'm joined here by our CEO, Andre Whitaker. So we are here on behalf of Wellington Rugby League. We're really grateful for the opportunity to share our hopes and aspirations for our communities, our clubs and our people of Wellington Rugby League today. I think if you can't see it, we've got a bit of a slide up there too. We're putting our vision front and centre here. And as you can see, our vision for Wellington Rugby League is to enhance the mana and hauora of our people. And so we see our role in Wellington Rugby League as placing hauora and wellbeing at the centre of bringing our people together and growing their potential. Importantly, if you can see it, our vision doesn't mention rugby league. Our aspiration as an organisation is to reach over and above the game through our people and out to our communities. And so with this focus, Wellington Rugby League has grown. We've doubled our participant numbers over the last 3 years, particularly amongst our wahine, our rangatahi and our tamariki, because equity and accessibility are central focuses for us. And they are central for us because our clubs, our people and our communities have told us that's what's important to them. So to enable access, one of our key initiatives is we have a zero fees policy for our junior players, our junior teams and our junior clubs. And as I've said before, Junior Rugby League has doubled in the last 3 years. To further encourage accessibility, we also, when charging fees for our senior teams, our senior players and our senior clubs, 100% of that money goes back into growing and running the local game. And so we've got the data, and that's where we feel like that is evidence of the transactional growth that we're making, but it is in the hauora space, in the wellbeing space, that we're seeing transformation happening. And we're not doing that alone. We've partnered with health system organisations, with community leaders and with our clubs to ensure that our rugby league spaces are hauora spaces, they're safe spaces, free from alcohol, free from drugs, free from smoking and free from vaping. We also have a number of hauora initiatives that are standalone and also integrated into the work that we do. So when we are upskilling and developing all of our people, be it at the club level, at the local grassroots level, at the representative level, hauora is integrated into the development that they're doing. We've also begun early steps to think about what hauora looks like in processes that are part of our game, like the judiciary, as well as standalone initiatives like Find Your Front, where we've asked community champions to be wellbeing leaders within the community, to role model out to their peers, but also to families within our spaces. We also, Of course, our game, for those who don't know, 95% of our participants are Māori and or Pacifica. They are the lifeblood of our game and our communities. And so I hope you can feel through our vision that bringing them into our game and them being seen in our game is critical to our way forward. I'm in my first term, the second term is coming up, and we are about to set our next strategy. We're thinking about, of course, the conversations we're having here, what our story looks like in the next 5 years, which is why we're here today. Kia ora tātou.
Kia ora, I'm Andre Whitaker, CEO for Wellington Rugby League. One of our biggest risks and issues is around sports facilities and grounds, and that being access to the sports grounds are limited, and also the state of the sports grounds and facilities. They don't enhance the mana and hauora of our people, which is our mission and vision. The history and whakapapa of Wellington Rugby League comes from and flourishes out of working people's communities. And I note Rugby League Park, which is up in Newtown, which was formerly the home of Wellington Rugby League probably since the 60s. We actually had volunteers that turned up there with shovels and spades in the weekend to dig out the course and pretty much dig the ground out of the side of the hill. And it's no longer our home ground and hasn't been for some time. But that's an example of our people. Robin described our community as being 95% Pacifica and Māori, and I would say there wouldn't be another regional sports organisation that walks, lives, breathes and enables a community like that than Rugby League. On many occasions, and as part of my role is to apply for funding to help keep us going, and I find myself ticking the box, which has a ghastly description of community of high deprivation that Wellington Rugby League would come under. The only thing we're deprived of is access, fair access to facilities and resources. The grounds that we play on due to maintenance and the weather patterns that we now have means that our games are cancelled, kids are transferred on the plane and basically in the mud. I'd challenge any other code that would send their kids out to go and play in the mud like our kids have to. Last year, our grand final for our women's at Rugby League Park was cancelled, and I found out at 6 o'clock the night before the game to ring our community to say that we couldn't play on the ground because of the weather. And, that sort of thing's just not acceptable to a club, a game, a regional sports organisation community trying to enhance the mana and hauora of their people through sport. So we're fiercely proud people, and we're looking for our tūranga waiwai. Where do our people stand? Where is that, and what are those facilities like?
Hopefully you heard what our aspiration is, what the problems that we're facing relative to why we're here today. We think in terms of a solution, what sort of outcome are we looking for? Wellington Rugby League wants to continue to grow. We want to play more rugby league in Wellington City. We have previously. We think that we know that our communities have asked for that. And so we want more people playing and loving rugby league, and we want to continue to prioritise the hauora and wellbeing of our people and our communities. But we need Wellington City Council to help us by prioritising rugby league. And so as we grow, so does our need for facilities, fit-for-need facilities. I think you might have seen, I'm sure, if you haven't, in the 2023 Nukuora Regional Sports Field Report, Rugby League is highlighted as having a shortfall of sports fields supporting rugby league. Without suitable sports grounds and facilities, we risk hindering our growth.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
There are some. The first is from Councillor Pannett.
Kia ora, thank you very much for that. Look, I'm not a rugby person, so excuse my ignorance. So is rugby union declining a little bit whilst you think rugby league is growing?
We do have the opportunity through Nukuora, who's the regional sports organisation, formerly Sport Wellington, to see the data. We are seeing shifts. We do know that what we think is happening also is people who haven't been playing sport. Often, I think data will tell us that they come from the communities that we serve, are coming back in to our game as well.
Okay. And just in terms of injury prevention, concussion, dementia, you are doing some work around that. That's big focus. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, huge priority for our clubs, training programs for our coaches. We're constantly having that top of mind with our game around the protocols for dealing with that, safety in terms of technique, coaching for our players as well. Yeah.
Councillor Randall.
Yes, I too, thank you for coming. It's welcome to hear from all parts of the community. First of all, roughly how many players are in the Wellington City for rugby league? Any idea?
Across the entire Wellington region, we have 2,500 people registered. In Wellington City, we have one club, which is the Victoria University Hunters, and yeah, that has come down somewhat. We previously had about 5 clubs that used to exist in the city.
Yeah, and if there's one sports facility thinks really needs some attention, which sports facility in Wellington, which ground is the most important for you guys?
Currently, our Hunters team are based at Kilburn Park, and we know when we get severe weather conditions, it's pretty heavy with water.
Yeah.
Look, we've had access to Rugby League Park, and thankfully it's still called Rugby League Park, and being able to have quality type facilities like Rugby League Park, we just don't have them at all. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think that's the end of the questions. Thank you so much for coming in. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Ngā mihi. I would now like to welcome Sarah Miller to the podium. No, my Sarah, you have 5 minutes, including any time questions.
Good morning and thanks for having me. I haven't done one of these for many years. Since when I used to submit to the long-term plan, I never saw any evidence of my suggestions being updated in the plans that changed. When I came to do this approximately 10 years ago, I said you need to focus on your knitting. So you need to focus on the things that we need as Wellington to keep us going. And strangely enough, that was pipes. And that is our infrastructure. And that is exactly where I find myself today. So we have completely and this is just where you find yourselves. It's not your fault. But it is a place that you find yourself around the table having to fix. Because without water, there really isn't much point having a city. So can I ask how many of you have been to either Thailand or Indonesia? Show of hands. What's the first thing they tell you when you get there? What's plastered all over your rooms in your hotel? And don't drink the water out of the tap. We are heading that way if we do not. We had warnings about this for summer. We will not have any water. If we do not do this, it is only going to get worse. So that is the problem facing you. And in a time of incredible financial stress, when a large number of New Zealanders, particularly when they rely on the government for their jobs, 4,000 job losses so far and counting, it behoves you to basically say you can't push a 16.4% rates rise on them as well. So for the grandparents in our house who will not be able to afford their rates if it goes up by another $1,000 a year, because that is what they're facing. And we're not talking about people that bought an expensive house. We're talking about people that are living on a superannuation and a fixed income. So it's a matter of saving money where you can to spend the money on the important things that we absolutely need. It's wonderful having cycleways. I am a cyclist. I bought both my children's cycles. We used to cycle everywhere. I've also used the road, not a cycleway, to cycle my entire life. So I do not support a single dollar being spent on cycleways while you can't have a shower when you get to the office if there's no water. And it depresses me when I see things in the paper that say we're going to have to rip up a road because we put a cycle and a bus lane in, because we didn't do proper asset planning and management, and we put a cycleway somewhere pipes need to be fixed. So 16.4% is crazy. I remember when it was announced that we were going to spend $132 million on the town hall, and I emailed the All of Wellington councillors email and I said I do not support this. And God bless Justin Lester, he answered me at the time and he said, I think it's a great idea and you're in a minority. And I don't think I'm in a minority now, because that thing is a money pit. And the library is a money pit. I would much rather not pay 16.4% in additional rates, put those things aside until the pipes are fixed. until we have proper water, until we have water meters so we can accurately identify where we're losing that water. Please cut all of the things that aren't. Get rid of waste minimisation, get rid of cycleways, get rid of town halls, get rid of libraries. There are enough buildings that you could use without having to spend $97 million to keep some books in. Thank you.
Councillor Free.
Well, I was going to ask you about water meters, but you answered.
No, I support water meters.
Yep.
Absolutely. Okay. It helps identify. We don't want to find ourselves in the same reason that in the same place that Queenstown did and have people getting sick, or the same place Hawke's Bay did and not having a protozoa barrier in there, or just having no water coming out of the taps. There's no point in being healthy and cycling to work if there's no water when you get there to have a shower and you sit next to your colleague smelling. Or my favourite one is your bike gets nicked while you're at work, because I've had people literally watching their bikes being stolen from outside their offices because someone comes along with an anvil grinder, chops up their lock, throws it in the back of a ute and drives off with it.
Councillor Abdurrahman.
Thank you, Sarah. You seem to see things from far away, and you talked about airport sale as well. You oppose that. Could you please touch a bit base on that?
Also, because you talk about minimising the risk from a geographical area, but then you want to sink $97 million into a library, approaching $500 million on a town hall, and your ability, the evidence when it comes to maintaining assets isn't a good thing. So I would rather keep the airport shares and basically, because I know this is something Auckland Council are considering as well, and basically having a long-term fund. The returns that you want in the current market, I don't think are going to reach what you're currently getting out of the airport.
Thank you. We're out of time, Sarah, but I want to express my appreciation for you coming in.
Me.
Is Tony Shanks here? No.
Kia ora.
Oh, kia ora, you're online. Kia ora, Tony.
I am online. Sorry, hold on. I've just lost you. Here we go.
Great. You have 5
can
minutes.
You see me?
Yes, we are here. We can hear you and see you. You've got 5 minutes, including time for questions. Thank you.
Okay. Cool, thank you. Kia ora koutou, ko Tony Takawanga, ko Kandala aho, ko Koko Tokomonga. I am from Kandala. The Mount Koko is incredibly important to me, as is the park and pool. So on that note, I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak, and that I will be speaking towards the inclusion of demolition to the Kandala pool in the LTP. I have had the privilege of being part of the Save the Kandala Pool team, and through the integrity and the commitment of this group and the engagement from the Wellington-wide community of pool users, I know that I'm not alone in wanting to keep the pool open. It has highlighted the strength of the community engagement and the responsiveness of the community. With an opportunity to work with the Wellington City Council and to come to a sensible and sustainable solution, I believe that the pool can continue to offer a unique recreational facility for young and old. Now, in an age, I'm also a kayako, I'm a teacher, and in the age of children being exposed to overstimulation, the pool offers sensory-rich experiences and a connection to nature that is missing in their lives. I love that the experience my children have and those who I see using the pool mirror those that have been shared, who have shared their memories of using it when they were, from 50 years ago. It's a connection to the past, and it has a strong whakapapa. I would also like to finish my little spiel, is Councillor McNulty made a point last week about the importance of tone of advocacy, and that it's the stories that make a difference. And I'd like to share this experience that I had at the pool, and I've been going there with my children for 20 years. And this is not alone, this is not one experience alone, but this is one I'd like to reflect on. I was at the pool with my 10-year-old, and she was in the water, and the pool is cold, and it does take me quite a bit to get me into it. Alongside me was another mother, and she had her family in the pool too. And my daughter was going, "Come on, Mum, get in the pool, come on, Mum, please, 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 it's not cold, just put your toes in," etc., etc. Beside her was their family going, "Come on, Mum, get in the pool, come on, don't be a wuss, don't be a wuss." And so together, I said to her, "Should we just hold hands and do it together?" And she was like, yeah, can we? And so we held hands and we jumped in the pool together. And I then because we'd had this experience together, we got chatting. And they were a family from out Porirua way, and they use the pool all the time. It is a family outing that they can afford. They love coming to a different community, and they love connecting with nature. Now, just like I use the pool at Wainuiomata and Waikanai, this pool is not just utilised and loved by Kandala, as it's been indicated, or from the closer suburbs. This pool is loved and appreciated and treasured Wellington-wide. To lose it would be a catastrophe. It would be so sad for Wellington. And I believe that by working with our community, we can actually create something really innovative and something we can be proud of, and a sustainable and sensible solution. So ngā mihi nui, thank you.
Are there any questions, councillors? Yes, Councillor Abdurrahman.
Thank you for sharing that personal stories. What this means, the closure means for you and your daughter?
For me and my daughter, for my daughter, it means that she loses an opportunity to be as part of nature, to connect with her friends outside. It's easy, it's accessible. One of the things in Kandala, it's quite rare, but we do live in Kandala, so we do have the convenience of being able to walk there. As we see kids walking down the street in their togs in the middle of the suburb, that's amazing. My kids meet there, and they don't need me to be there with them. They can enjoy vitamin D, they can enjoy the park afterwards. Sometimes we go up Mount Kōrau and then we come down for a dip. It's a destination. It's a treasure and there isn't another one in Wellington like it. They're so lucky.
Thank you, Tony, and we appreciate you taking the time to speak to us today. Thank you.
Kia kite.
I'd now like to welcome Robert Murray to the podium. No, Robert, you have 5 minutes, including time for questions.
Thank you. Living a long time in this city gives you perspective. I've seen a town hall built to replace a town hall we're now spending $500 million to restore, and that new town hall itself being threatened with demolition instead. That was also our first convention centre. We're now on our second, and that's within the last 50 years. But after 100 years, we're still on the original pipes. 2 town halls, 2 convention centres, 1 lot of pipes. Like I say, perspective. We've got Fowler's Tree, Fran's Stadium, Blumsky Sewerage Works, Celia Cycleway. I'm not sure any of them are living here anymore. I also noticed with regard to the town hall that the council is committed to not getting back there for another 25 years. It's a bit of a concern. I do understand this long-term plan is almost over. There's been an awful lot of work and creativity to get to this point, and you all just want to put it to bed and have a drink. Just like the district plan, where the government changed the rules just before bedtime, leading to that still not being over yet. Won't it be terrible if that nasty government restricts rates rises to the rate of inflation? Popular support for that would be tremendous. Wow. They and you might even get another term. And it's so easy. As governors, all you have to do is tell the CEO that's what needs to be done, and hey presto, in a couple of months it's sorted, and your constituents love you again. Start with this long-term plan now. Further to my submission, I note you're also allocating $15 million annually for cycleway operating expenses. Apart from being a staggering amount for maintenance, I submit this should be deferred, and that amount can either reduce our rates or be added to the OPEX for the pipes, which, as I said, I thought was minimal in my original submission. On a social level, I note one of the arguments about Courtney Place was that the area has lost its mojo. My friends in their 20s tell me Courtney is great. Perhaps it's some other mojo that got lost, or grew up, or got old. Thank you.
Councillor Rogers.
Kia ora, thank you for your submission. I was wondering, your suggestion to match rates to inflation, I was wondering if you're generally talking about the combined CPI that's put out, or whether you would consider that each project should be matched to the appropriate inflation bucket, say infrastructure price inflation.
No, I would have gone with just the whole bucket. Basically, the rates that you charge us can only rise by the rate of inflation each year.
Okay.
Councillor Abdurrahman.
Kia ora, Robert. You also spoke about the Wellington Airport share in your submissions.
Yep.
Can you highlight a little bit some points why you oppose?
We're getting a good return from it now. And I reflect back to Fran Wild selling the Wellington Electricity Company, which was a huge mistake. And I suspect that this will be a huge mistake as well. Your business within not having enough insurance and all that, that ends up being basically creative accounting to a certain extent. And with regard to a disaster, we did notice from Christchurch that the government did step in quite considerably. So I don't think the lack of insurance is actually going to be a problem. I don't know if there'll be anything left of Wellington in a major earthquake, so I don't know if it'll be a problem from that respect either.
Councillor Pennant.
Thank you. I think it's a useful historical perspective. What about the cost of not doing things? So, for example, if we don't deal with our organic waste, we're going to have to spend more money on a new landfill.
Yes, no, and that's been something you've been trying to avoid for ages. Just like for ages, you've been trying to avoid having to build new infrastructure by promoting growth in the city where you've already got the infrastructure. And the problem with that is, of course, that it's stressing the infrastructure that you've now got because you've got too much growth in the city. You have to do, let's do the things that are actually critical. I'm appalled that you're actually going to spend $15 million on maintenance on cycleways when they're practically all brand new. How did you build such crappy cycleways? Sorry.
I'm sorry, we're out of time. Thank you. Thank you so much, Robert. We appreciate you taking the time. Tim McDougall? Welcome. If you're happy to come up to the podium and take your slot now? Thank you. Sorry, it seems unexpected. Oh, we thought because you were here, we'd just keep going. Let's do it efficiently. No mai to both of you, and you have 5 minutes, including time for questions. Kia ora.
So this is our supporting Deluise's submission to not upgrade the Ian Galloway. What is it? No, the alternative. Sorry, carry on. Second slide, please. Sorry, I'm going to introduce myself. I'm Ernie, as well as contributing to the hospital DIY skate park in Newtown. I'm a public health graduate, and I'm also about to start a master's in physical activity, which has largely been inspired by skateboarding.
G'day, I'm Tim McDougall, and I'm a skateboarder.
So who we are and who we represent is the DIY skate park in Newtown. This has been a really great case study for a genuine and effective co-design where we're handed the reins to make a place that was designed completely for us, by us. From what I understand, this is really hard to accomplish, getting co-design right, and so the council is absolutely on the right track in how skate has progressed so far in our city. Next slide, please. There's a lot of holistic health gains to be had from skate development. Skating's beautiful to watch. It's fun to do. Skate parks revitalise urban spaces. They connect us to our built environment by inviting us to interact with it. It's emerged that play for all ages is really overlooked by policymakers as a likely antidote to this epidemic of sedentary lifestyles and social and environmental disconnect. I also speak as someone who was born here, raised here. I wasn't good at fitting in. I came from material hardship, and I was bored and depressed all the time until I worked and left and discovered just how enriching skating can be if cities carefully invest in it, they empower it and enable it. So I'm now at a point where I can go mountain biking, diving and surfing. I can afford that. But I have yet to find anything that is quite as affordable or as unstructured or creative as skating. Yeah, like all you need is this wooden toy and prudent public spending, and from that brings forth holistic well-being that lasts decades. Over to you.
Okay, next slide. Please. Oh, I guess, can I do it here? So this is some photos that we've taken from the skate park from a jam that we had recently, just sort of showing people enjoying themselves, having a good time, and a range of ages, backgrounds, just sort of sharing the common space, and just sort of highlights the vibrant culture that we have in skateboarding.
Yeah, like we get some intergenerational hangings out as well, so that adds to the social cohesion and community. Enough said.
Next slide, please. So I think we've highlighted the benefits of a well-used and valued skate park, and so I would like to propose a path for Wellington City Council to support the ongoing development of this community. Next slide. Enriching Wellington skate park facilities, the importance of feasibility studies, a strategic investment in community wellbeing and inclusivity. The proposed feasibility study for Wellington skate parks represents more than just a financial commitment. It signifies a strategic investment in enhancing wellbeing and promoting inclusivity. By prioritising these initiatives, we create vibrant, safe and accessible spaces that not only cater to the recreational needs of skaters, but also foster social connections, promote physical activity and embrace diversity. Slide. The final slide.
Hey, we do have some questions.
Oh, hang on, can I just speak?
Yes, of course. Sorry to interrupt you.
Up there. No, that's okay. I just come in quite slowly. I don't know if I did that when I set this up or not. So yeah, good, well-considered skate parks are important. A quality skate park not only attracts more use, but moves into a vibrant, safe and inclusive community hub. So what we're suggesting at these skate parks that we would like to upgrade will be more used and be more conducive to community use and interactions and all of the good things that we've talked about. And the feasibility study will provide us with the information needed to create these spaces in the future. And so, yeah, this is the detail of this feasibility study was, I guess you guys have been spoken to this morning by Max. So he sort of, yeah, so it relates back to that. I'm not going to get into the detail. Thank you.
Great. Well, probably have time for one quick question. Councillor Abdurrahman.
I'm just interested in the water infrastructure. It seems you chose option A, which is less investment, and I wonder why.
Sorry?
You chose option A when it comes to water infrastructure, which is less money, and I just want to know the reason behind.
Water infrastructure?
Yes.
I mean, I think there's better uses of that money in Wellington. Yeah, I wasn't expecting a question about water infrastructure. Sorry.
And you submit it was instead of mission, so thank you.
All good. Thank you so much, both of you, for taking the time to come in. We appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you. Is William Darnell here?
Yes, speaking.
Online. Yes, welcome. Hello. You have 5 minutes, including time for questions. Thank you.
I have been a resident of Tawa for 46, 47 years now, and know the area very well. My concern is that with the parking, the charges for parking, which I understand and have seen not very much about, but I have a concern that this is going to just turn our suburb off, because people will not come and park and pay to go into the shops. We have a number of businesses there that are doing catering, and I don't believe that people will come and pay there. They will go off to Pororua or somewhere where there is no charge. And I'm also very concerned about Sundays, because the Tawa central area has a lot of churches concentrated in that little area. And I believe that people will not come and pay a charge to park on the road and go to church. So it'll drive them away, and they will either go somewhere else or they will stop coming to church. So there's a number of facets of our local community like that but it may be that I do not understand the reasons for it. The only reason I can think of charging for parking is to create some more revenue for the council. And I think I would rather be paying a few more dollars in rates than to have our community turned off like that. There are very few parking areas aside from that main street for people going into those shops and businesses. And there are a number of doctors and dentists and businesses like that along there. And if I had to go to my local dentist there, I certainly would not know how long to pay for, because the dentist's appointments or doctor's appointments can vary tremendously. So I'm going to have to pay for an hour and a half or 2 hours or something. And I will just be encouraged to go and find a dentist or a doctor somewhere else. So it's that turning people away from our community facilities that concerns me. I know people will probably try and park in the New World car park around the back, but I believe the New World people will have to police that quite heavily. So I just do not feel as though, but it may be I don't understand the reasons for it. But if it's about council expenditure having to be met, then I'm concerned about the way in which some of the council funds are spent. I've observed this week trucks in my street, which has only got 20 houses in it. Trucks in my street that the council is paying for have been there for 6, 8 hours, 8 hours with 2 people in the trucks, and there's been no work done. And it just concerns me that if my rates are being used to pay for that sort of thing, why we have to then raise some more money by charging for parking. Maybe we should be charging the parking for those. No, it wouldn't work. Charge parking for those trucks. The council will get billed for it anyway. But I'm just concerned about our community being able to carry on with basically a restricted parking facilities there, because people are going to have to pay. I would certainly like to see the time on those parks at the moment being policed more, because some of those people are parking there for a very long time. But I'm just concerned that that's going to turn our community off and turn our businesses in our community off. That's probably about all I want to say at this stage.
Probably got time for one quick question from Councillor McNulty.
Thanks, William. I just wondered, could you comment on whether Tawa's particularly vulnerable, given that North City Shopping Centre is in such close proximity with free parking, in your view?
I believe it will drive people to go to North City, to the likes of Kmart or whatever, where there is free parking. They've got some parking up there which is paid for. I acknowledge that, but there are plenty of other places that one can go up there where you are not charged for parking. So I think it'll drive people away from Tawa up to places like that.
Thank you. We're out of time, but I appreciate you taking the time to speak with us today. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your time. Take care. Bye.
Bye-bye. Mary? No, Mai. You have 5 minutes, including any time for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I live in the northern suburbs, so I quite concur with the previous speaker on the parking. We've got time restrictions now in Johnsonville, Kandala, Tawa, and probably a number of other places. In fact, Johnsonville Main Street is about 10, you got 10 minutes, and it's takeaway alley. People don't stop there for very long. It's not a move the traffic on situation, it's just a revenue gathering scheme there. Same with Tawa. I mean, I often stop in Tawa to go just pop in to have a look at the shops. I'm not going to stop there if I've got to pay for just a quick visit to check what's going on. It'll also kill community groups. I meet in Tawa once a week with a group that goes for 2.5 hours in the community centre. Now, if we're paying for parking, nobody's going to go. Most of us are on super or have got part-time jobs. We're going to move on. We're paying Tawa Community Centre to meet there, so we're going to actually probably either close down or move the meeting somewhere else where we don't have to pay for our parking. Also say I looked at the rubbish and recycling, and I felt that there were some good ideas there, but it's got to be flexible because your 23-litre bins are not going to work on a Wellington street, and yet for an apartment building, that's what they're going to, all they might need. If you go for your garden waste bin, we didn't find it big enough because we already pay for a garden waste bin and a rubbish bin. My sister lives in Nelson. They actually own their rubbish bin and they only pay when they put it out. So I think you need to go back to the drawing board and look for some flexible solutions because not everybody is in the same boat, and in some places the bins just ain't going to work. Also say the Kandala pool, it's one of only 2 outdoor pools. It's in a really pleasant location. I took my kids there when they were little. It was so nice to be in an outdoor pool because I swam in outdoor pools my whole childhood. Never went to the indoor ones. The indoor ones are not always that pleasant. Also heard that the stream remediation costs were included in the upgrade. That's a separate issue. It's a completely separate issue. If you're going to do a stream remediation, you're going to do it anyway. It's not part of a pool upgrade. I just feel we don't need a Rolls-Royce solution for the pool, and it just feels like another example of the council apparently having little interest in the northern suburbs' needs and requirements. Now, as far as the rates increase are concerned, we're on super. Our super didn't go up 16.4%, and it never will. You've got to consider that people are on low, and some people on low and fixed incomes are just not going to be able to afford these increases. So the council does need to learn to live within its means. I mean, the major pressing issue is the pipes. Fix the pipes. Forget about all these nice-to-have little projects that not everybody is going to use. For example, cycleways, only a small proportion of the population is using that now. I'm happy to pay for libraries and pools, and but I'm never going to cycle. And that, questions?
Yes, Councillor Pannett.
Thank you for your submission. One of the things that we struggle with is when people don't want to, get rid of a service like the Kandala pool, but are worried about costs. So do you have any sense about how you sort of balance keeping the rates to a lower level but keeping the facilities you like?
Well, I accept that the rates will have to go up, but it's a large increase. I feel that there's a lot of projects like the Golden Mile pedestrian. There's a lot of money being spent on that. Do we need to spend that right now? We're better to look at facilities we've currently got. I think there's a Chewton Park playground upgrade planned. Why does it need an upgrade now when we're short on money? Why do we need a new skate park in Kilburnie when we're short on money? I mean, obviously some people do skate, but maybe we need to look at what we've got now and manage what we've got now, and then when we've fixed some of these issues, then we can look at the nice-to-haves at a later date when maybe we've got the money to deal with it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mary. We're out of time. We appreciate you coming in and speaking with us. Jake Sheraton? He does not appear to be here, so...
Can we get one more question from her then?
No, I'm chairing the meeting. Thank you,
I'm just asking.
Councillor.
I'm asking.
You can go and chat to Mary if you'd like to. We are going to close the meeting. We'll be back at 1:45 for the last... Oh, yes, so do we need to... We need to vote to adjourn the meeting now, so... Oh, do I need a seconder? Councillor Panovich. I think you can leave some things, probably. I think. Yeah. Liz Kelly online, are you voting? Thank you, everyone. We'll see you later. And I believe we have Tina Reid with us. No mai, welcome Tina. You have 5 minutes. You can either sit at the table or at the podium, whichever is more comfortable for you. Yeah, so we just need to make sure that there's a green light on your microphone so we can hear you. Beautiful. And you have 5 minutes, including time for any questions if you want to leave it. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. My name's Tina Reid. I live in Mount Cook. I'm part of the active Mount Cook mobilised community. I actually firstly just want to say congratulations on this document, which I actually thought was incredibly readable and easy to follow, and actually laid out the challenges facing the city and the council really well. So that made submitting actually much more straightforward than I expected, and I appreciated it very much. Rather than speaking directly into my submission, I've got the major points here that I wanted to say. The first one really, which I don't think I make enough of in my submission, is the burden that the proposed rates and rates increases and sludge minimisation levy will make on residents. I'm sure you're all hearing this everywhere, but I was particularly struck by when I looked at your website and saw the citizens panel recommendations about seeking alternative sources of revenue. I didn't see them reflected particularly well in this document. And it just seemed to me that it's the really major issue facing not only Wellington, but every local authority in the country. I was really interested to hear a national radio interview with the local council association chair recently and an economist about this. And I mean, I'm hoping that the fact it's not in here doesn't mean that there's not a real commitment to looking at this very vexed business of the funding model for local authorities. Because I made this submission thinking particularly about the need to keep a vibrant and manageable and livable city given the times we live in. And the key issues I wanted to say about that, I mean, I think I'm with the majority of the population saying water must be fixed. This is long-term infrastructure issues. I've definitely would support the option C and wonder too about whether it goes far enough. Water meters, a very active discussion has to be had about how they can help and when to have that discussion and how to do it. Personally, I support water meters, but I think we've got a journey to go on. The section of the plan that had me most perplexed was the stuff about organic waste, because I'm a huge believer in composting. I think introducing some organic waste management is really important, and I thoroughly support it, but I'm not sure if curbside weekly pickups are the way to go. I understand we haven't got a citywide system for managing organic waste yet, which is a problem that wasn't addressed in here. But I think that recently I go to Papawai Reserve monthly to a garden. We introduced 3 compost bins there, which are managed by the 2 local people. We were asked to remove them. I think because we're not a community garden, we're on the town belt, it seems to me totally counterintuitive that we need to be encouraging and educating people about composting and about, you know, how to reduce waste. And I think that's the way to go at this stage, and I'd like to see community composting and community schemes encouraged and supported rather than a citywide curbside collection. I also thoroughly believe in paying for our rubbish bags. I think we need carrot and stick about waste management, and buying a rubbish bag at least is one way of reducing landfill, which I think, as far as I've been aware, works well. So I found that the most challenging area, because it's something I believe passionately about. I'm an enthusiastic composter, but I didn't find myself supporting a citywide curb collection. And the third issue about airport shares, I thoroughly understand the case for a perpetual fund seems really strong, and I hadn't supported the idea of selling airport shares until I thought more about the immediate need for particularly insurance purposes in the city, and would probably support partial share of airport shares. The other issues I didn't have a particular comment on. I went through and ticked boxes for the sake of ticking boxes, but they weren't things I felt strongly about. So thank you.
Thank you. We're pretty much out of time, Tina, but I just want to thank you for the thought that you've put into your submission, and we have made a note to follow up on that, on the issue of that composting at Papawai. Yeah.
Carrot and stick is what I was thinking about. That is important in rubbish collection.
Yes. Thank you very much, Tina.
Thank you.
Thank you. John Boyd? No, my John. You can either sit at the table or at the podium, whatever that looks comfortable for you. So, thank you. And you've got 5 minutes, including time for questions, if you'd like to leave.
Thanks very much. And I do thank you for letting me to speak today. I have put in a written submission, you know, filling in your questionnaire and whatever. And this is a little bit of an emphasis on some of the key things that I think are important from my perspective. And I would say, yes, fix the pipes first before you fund anything else. We know we've got a broken infrastructure. We know we need to fix it. Secondly, keep rates affordable. I am a ratepayer and a long-standing resident of Wellington since I've been a young man in 1975. And I've got a lot of love for this city. But we do have to prioritise and live within our means. And the third thing I would say is congratulations on addressing major emergency infrastructure, whether that be in roads or what is being done along the foreshore between here and the Hut. This is future-proofing the city, so thank you for that. Now, apart from that, I would say fix your pipes first and maintain other services as much as you can. Don't get ambitious because we can't afford it. You know, this city, we've seen state sector layoffs, we've seen big increases in insurance, and over the past couple of years, big increases in rates. Well, that's becoming a big strain. And think not only of ratepayers, but think of the tenants in properties around the city. The solo parent with 1 or 2 kids, for example. Their needs do have to be taken into account, and landlords often have to pass on increased costs. Put other projects on hold or on freeze. For example, forget about Lambton Quay and Willis Street. We can't afford it at the moment. Is it necessary anyway? Is it broken? Personally, I don't think so. I would also say the same about cycle lanes. I know there's been a lot of brouhaha about cycle lanes and they're a brilliant idea, etc., etc., providing your city has the right geography to deal with that sort of thing. Let's face it, we're a windy city, we're quite a rainy city, and in large part we're a very hilly city. So when you're thinking about cycle lanes, forget about comparisons with Melbourne or Christchurch or whatever. The conditions are entirely different. And this brings me back to the point really of evidence-based practice, that, you know, we should carefully look at our projects. Whoops, sorry. Might be a nice to do, but they have to be analysed a bit further, don't they, in terms of the costs and the benefits which they're going to bring, and also some of the inconvenience as well. So I'd like to see some more disciplined analysis on things which go beyond what has been promised in elections to the reality of getting them done within means and those sorts of things. I think my time must almost be up, is it? I can't.
Councillor Randall has a question for you.
Yes, so we've got proposals about how much to spend on water, but what you're really saying is we should spend more, even than we've, more, because we're funding 3/4 of what Wellington Water asked for. You would say spend even more than we're proposing and maybe take the money from Golden Mile project and the Cycleways project.
Personally, yes, that is my view. Let's get one of the major issues, which won't go away, and let's try and knock it on the head as quickly as is feasible.
And what's your position on the waste program, the proposed new recycling program?
Personally, I think the system ain't broken as it is. Keep it as it is.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, John. We'd like to we appreciate the time that you put into your submission and coming to speak to us today.
You.
Thank you. Charlene? Oh, my Charlene. Same drill, you have 5 minutes, including time for questions if you'd like to leave any.
Kia ora everyone, thanks for the opportunity to speak. I'm just speaking on behalf of myself mainly as an individual. There's a few things I'd like to say, really mainly just to sort of clarify and highlight some things in my submission. Like the last submitter, I guess I just wanted to highlight, probably a lot of ratepayers feel that the costs are quite phenomenal. So, I would encourage, obviously, as has been done already, reducing some projects to spend in the key areas, which I also agree with the last speaker, is water. Obviously, that really needs to be dealt with. So I think that, whatever needs to be done in that area, I think other areas, could possibly be reduced, other projects. I submitted in support of reducing some of the other projects. I mean, I did find it a little difficult to figure out what those reductions might be because there wasn't a lot of detail, but I guess I just sort of trusted that, well, obviously, staff sort of know a lot more about that than I do. But yeah, I guess, like I would say, I would emphasise that, focus on the water. I'd just like to say a couple of things about just a couple of other items, the Kandala pool. I live in the area, I am a swimmer. I haven't swum in the pool an awful lot there because it's quite freezing cold and also quite dirty at times with the leaves and all of that. I did say in my submission that I think I said that I somewhat supported the council proposal, but it does seem quite an expensive proposal, even though you're getting rid of the pool. I mean, I know things are quite expensive, but I guess people will kind of look at that in the cost and think, well, isn't there a cheaper option? And I guess I wondered as well, it seemed that there were several other proposals where reductions were being made, and I wondered whether there could be some other considerations. Obviously, there's quite a lot of community feeling about this item, and I don't know whether there's some other options. I think I suggested in my submission, is there an option of keeping something like a splash pad or something like that? Maybe that might push the cost out further, but I just wondered whether, given the depth of community feeling, and people on social media have been talking about, oh, well, it's quite difficult when you make an oral submission because you have to scroll and you don't see these options, whether, just sort of in honour of the community feeling, whether there could be some further thought about that sort of thing. Another thing I wanted to make a comment on was the parking proposals, the proposal to charge for parking. I think I did say that I was in support of that. However, I guess I was really in support of some work to look into the different options. I guess it was said that there would be various consideration community by community. I mean, obviously that's a proposal that's always unpopular, more costs for people. But so perhaps, I don't know, I mean, perhaps that could have been put in a slightly softer way for people because you're probably going to get a lot of objection to that, I would say. Just one other thing, I guess it was a little bit confusing in the submissions about including and excluding because there were a whole lot of proposals that were being reduced and it was, you might get some skewing of the results there, I'm not sure, just maybe something to consider for the future. Another item was, I'm not sure where I read this, but I'm sure I read somewhere that the quarterly bulletin, which is delivered to households, etc., was proposed to go. There wasn't sort of an option to make a specific submission on that, but I mean, I do think obviously it's probably quite costly, but it is a huge, I'm just one of those people that reads that sort of thing. Maybe not everyone does, but it's very, very good. It's excellent. You learn a lot about what's happening, and I think it's really important for people to know where money is being spent. But I mean, I don't know, perhaps there's another option to keep it in some other form. you know, maybe a digital version or something like that instead, kind of a bit of a halfway house. So just quickly, I just have a few general comments, I suppose. I mean, I think that it's always quite difficult making this process accessible for people. I mean, it's a huge amount of information, you know, 60-page document. I mean, I sort of, you know, kind of work in that kind of area myself, so I kind of am, you know, in the zone. But a lot of people, yeah, I think it is quite difficult for people. And I wonder whether, you know, maybe there's some more simple ways that people are able to make a submission, for example, at a community meeting or something like that, rather than having to come and present formally or, you know, fill in this big long form and that sort of thing. And also, because I think there's sort of quite a few different documents. There's a big document, there's a submission form, there were like 2 of the brochures. You know, it can be quite complicated for people. I mean, I think it's a really difficult balancing act, but maybe something to think about for the future. You know, it's quite a lot of information overload. Anyway, I'm out of time, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Charlene, for overcoming all of those barriers and speaking with us today. We really appreciate it. Thank you. Now, I believe is anybody here from the Kōrau Bridge Club yet? No. So, Eleonora, I believe you're online.
Yes, hi.
Welcome. If you're happy to go now, then you have 5 minutes. And if you want to include any time for questions, that's part of that 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I've shared a presentation. Oh, someone is in the lobby. I can't.
Yes, we'll take care of that, and you go. We'll get to them next. Thank you.
Okay, great. I shared a presentation that someone was going to run from your end, because I understand I cannot share my screen.
Yes, we do have that, and we are just putting that up now. Great. Yeah, we have that.
Okay, great. So I'll talk to the first slide. I don't know exactly how to control the slides, but I'll talk to the first slide.
If you just let us know when you want to move to the next slide, that would be great.
Thank you so much. So basically, I do not support the budget as it is, because it's based on a way of thinking in terms of development and growth of the city that I don't think it's sustainable. So it's a budget that responds to a particular growth model for the city. If you go to the first slide. And the way this is playing out and the examples of that growth model, how it's basically the consequences of a growth model that we're trying to pay for. And that growth model of choice is the one that has been playing out for a few years now, where we have a lot more apartments and high-rises buildings. They're concentrating the development in a very limited geographical area. So the pressure that of that model on public infrastructure requires a lot of public money to support it. And it's not going to get any better potentially, because even more apartments will be built. So I do feel that what we're paying for and the sort of problem you're faced with right now is the consequences of those choices. This growth model has been sold for many, many years as a low impact model, because people living in apartments in the city center do not commute and do not use cars. But in reality, it's a model that's really reliant on external provision of a lot of things: power, heating, cooling, sewage, and waste disposal. So the overall carbon footprint of this apartment living model of growth is really high. So food, energy, resources, they all have to be brought in, and they will forever need to be brought in. There's no point in time where like an apartment complex actually pays for itself. Even the modeling that it's often referred to by Jack Diamond or the Vancouver Group, etc. All those models, they're for like a maximum of 5 stories, very, very limited longevity study of their measures for impacts, and it's anyway from the 1990s, so it's not really fit for purpose today, in my view. It requires a constant passive consumption of resources, and either a growing budget where like you're just going to have to spend more and more money to provide for that model, or if you don't, then the apartments are just the city center just declines. I mean, and this happens in cities that have a lot more money than Wellington, like San Francisco, for example, or European cities where the city center just basically becomes a bit of a wasteland and the apartments are kind of left to go. If we move to the second slide, which is more relevant, I guess, to the money question, the fixing and the future needs of this infrastructure system that has been brought to its knees by this model of growth should be paid for that growth. So that model should actually be built in, you could say, rather than just like private profits and rates, and then the rest has to be paid by everyone else. It should kind of be built into the design of that model. And suburbs, for example, should not be losing their community centers, their pools, and any of that to support the pipes for the apartments in the city. At a minimum, now that the central government has agreed with the council that this development model is the way to go, then the council should negotiate with the government that the government pays the costs that are associated with that development model, and they find an agreement on pipes, infrastructure, both to fix where we got to and for the future if we have this like 30,000 more people living in the CBD. Also, the council has been talking a lot about sustainability and being green, etc. I mean, another bare minimum would be to have some sort of like future developments criteria for environmental sustainability, where like solar panels or like water harvesting, not just an apartment is smaller, is going to use less resources, but something that can actually last for the life of the apartment themselves and reduce their carbon footprint. One of the things that I think it's also really important for this budget is that the rural land in Wellington should not see any rates increases, and in particular when they're off the grid. So they're not using any sewage, they haven't used sewage and piping forever. There's no point that they should be paying for what's needed right now because of the growth model of the CBD. If you move to the next slides, there are some opportunities. So Wellington has a quite unique location, and there are some opportunities for a diverse model of growth where, of course, I'm not saying we should stop building apartments, because I don't think that's the question for this consultation. But I mean, it would be good to at least fulfill the potential of the location. Wellington has easy access to rural land. It's like within a few kilometers of the city center. People can literally just bike to it. And to do that, rural rules actually need to encourage, as a permitted activity on rural sections in Wellington, a few things that are in the slides and the following. One is to have 3 dwellings per title on rural land. Right now, Wellington is operating that you only have 1 dwelling for 300,000 square meters of land, which is ridiculous considering that that's the size of the entire CBD, and you're proposing to have thousands of apartments, and instead people living rurally, they can only have 1 house. You should at least have 3 dwellings per title of rural land. The second one, you should allow tiny homes and self-contained units as a permitted activity. They blend in with the environment. They support a bit of a city network where the rural and the city life are occurring in harmony with each other, instead of like having to compete for resources, and also responds to the need of a more diverse and affordable accommodation offering within Wellington City. It would create a lot more interest, I guess, also in what is on the next slide.
Sorry,
if you can move
Eleanor,
on.
sorry. We are out of time. I've given you an extra minute to make up for the delay at the beginning. But if you just want to make a closing point, that would be great. Thank you.
Yes, my closing point, now that you have received my presentation, is that this committee identifies a group of councillors that are going to work with rural areas representatives. I'm happy to act as a conduit because I have a lot of connections living rurally, so that we can actually do those small changes that are going to make a huge difference to the food resilience of the city, to making conservation possible, to have like more self-sustainable equilibrium between rural land and the city rather than competing for resources. And you should not increase rural rates with this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Eleanor. We appreciate the time that you put into that submission. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now, I believe, is Olivia online from the Kōrau Bridge Club? No, sorry about the delay there. And you have 10 minutes, including time for questions. Thank you. Just on mute at the moment.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, good. So hi, my name's Olivia and I'm submitting on behalf of the Kōrau Bridge Club. So we're a diverse club and we include a lot of elderly people. So we're pretty neutral on most of the plan, but the idea of bringing paid parking to Karori is something that we're quite strongly opposed to, because I guess it's playing bridge, it's a really important social outlet for our members, and it would create some big accessibility issues if we introduced paid parking to Kōrau. People aren't necessarily in a position where they're able to cycle or walk, and the bus just goes down the main street, so they can't walk from their house, they can't catch the bus from their house to the club. They have to drive and park. And I guess we're just a bit concerned because a bridge session takes over 3 hours, and the idea that there could be paid parking and possibly time limits on parking, it will basically stop people being able to contribute to our club, which would be a real shame for some of these people. It's kind of the highlight of their week. So it'd be a shame if they had to stop coming. We don't have any of our own car parks. We're completely reliant on council car parks. And so it's basically, please don't. Even if you introduce a little bit of paid parking to Kōrau, I think people will just not park in those parks, and they'll take up the parks that are currently unlimited, that our bridge members use because they're unlimited and they're able to use them for the 3 hours that they need to park. So that's the main point, really. We need there to be free parking for 4 hours for a decent number of parks around our club, which is sort of in central Kōrau by the BP. Does anyone have any questions?
I have one. Thank you, Olivia. Do you think that is something that your point about paid parking in Kōrau is something that might change in the future? Do you see what I mean? Well, I understand that you're saying that this is something that is not appropriate for the community and the work that you do now, but do you think that, in 10 or 20 years, if there are more people, that is something that you could accept that might change?
Well, look, at the moment, I think there really isn't. As a local and someone who is in Kōrau a lot, I don't think the level of congestion warrants it at all. Who knows what will happen down the road, but I would certainly hope that even if there's a situation where there needs to be some paid parking, I'd like to think not. I'd like to think that the local suburbs would be safe from that. I think that will sort of encourage people to stick to their suburbs and not use up so much petrol going to other places so much, not using up their petrol going into the city. They'll just hang around in their suburb if it's free parking in the suburb. But I guess if there was a huge amount of congestion, if it was the level of congestion you're getting in the city, then possibly. But I don't think any other reason would cut the mustard, really. Yeah.
We have one more question for you from Councillor Abdurrahman.
Thank you, Olivia. I just want to ask about the consultation itself. How did you come to know about the consultation? Was it through the social media or paper drop? And do you think other friends of you are aware of it?
We definitely, I think the Kōrau Business Association told us about it, but I think I probably saw stuff on social media as well, because I am on social media. But the main thing was the Kōrau Business Association, I think, let us know. Not that we're not a business, we're a not-for-profit. but they did let us know. So yeah.
I've got another question for you, Olivia, from Councillor Free.
Hi, Olivia. Do you currently, are you aware if there are time limits on the parking that your patrons might use?
So there are streets you can park on that are unlimited, but it is a bit difficult because we're sort of noticing more and more time limited parking around the club. They sort of creep in. So I think, is it Beauchamp or Beecham Street? That one now has some time limited parking where it didn't used to be. So yeah, it does, it is difficult.
And just trying to understand the requirements of something like your own club. Do they normally meet, and do you normally have meetings, bridge nights or whatever, or is it in the afternoons? What sort of time of day?
Yeah, so we have bridge sessions on Monday afternoon and Friday afternoon, and so people would be playing bridge from 1 till about 4:30 p.m. And then we also have them in the evenings, which people would be at the bridge club from 7 p.m. to about 10:30 p.m. Yeah, so it's a decent chunk of time.
Okay, thank you. I'm just trying to understand it, but thank you.
Thank you, Olivia. I think we've come to the end of the questions, but we just want to express our appreciation for you taking the time to both write your submission and to come and speak to it online. That was wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah, fabulous.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Good luck with the rest of your submissions.
Thanks, Olivia. All right, so we now need to, that is the last of our submissions for today. So I now need to move the motion to adjourn the hui to continue from 10:30 tomorrow. And Councillor Free is going to second it. Thank you. And so we're adjourning and coming back tomorrow.
Sorry, just a question on it. Are we getting the run sheet for tomorrow? Because we still haven't got it through email yet that I've seen. So
yes. So yeah. It will.
Cool.
It will. So it's just a couple of hours tomorrow, and plus we have an hour workshop before that. All right. Thank you, everyone, and we'll see you tomorrow.